Right, sorry, I'm really late. Can everyone let me know if the sound and the pictures are okay? It's just literally taken me about, 45 minutes. Right. So, who's on? Right. Hello, Chris. Hello, Aaron. Hi, Colin. Hi, Claire. Hi, Rob. Who else? Hi, Shadow Moon. Hello, Laura. Hello, Michael. Hello, Denise. Right. So, is the sound and the pictures okay? Bloody nightmare. So I ended up getting stuck talking to some people downstairs. Hi, Leanne. Hope you're well. So, right. It's really weird because it doesn't feel like it's 8 o'clock at night. I've got my phone in a hand because last time I'm actually on the YouTube. Okay, that's really weird because I'm just like literally going in front of it now. Last time, obviously, the screen froze and we weren't able to realise that because I was just waffling on. Friday nights, the live cut out. I didn't know about it, so I thought at least I can keep it on. Chris, hopefully Archie will go back off to sleep because he's currently looking after Archie now. So what I thought I'd do today is, hi Cheryl, hope you're well. We thought we'd do like a bit of a Q&A session. Instead of coming in and trying to interact with the spirits of the building, for those who come on the ghost hunts with us, you know what it's like. You can get activity when you're not actually calling out to them. In both rooms, we've got various pieces of equipment set up. So if they choose higher Clare, if they choose to come forward when I'm kind of ignoring them. But it was as well, everyone's got different kind of views on how their take is with the paranormal. Everyone's got different beliefs. Everyone's got different ways of kind of doing things. You might have questions about the building or the spirits that reside here. So I just thought it was kind of like a good little thing because we've built up a good little community over the past few weeks, and it just kind of gives everyone that chance. We're always in here investigating and not actually really getting a chance to actually physically sit and have a nice little chat, unless we go home and sit the other sides of our phones. So I can't actually, like, because I can't see the comments there, so I thought I'll have my phone open, at least I can see anyone's comments and stuff and acknowledge people. But it's really putting me off because I can see my own face. So, hello, Kev. I'm late as ever, just story of my life. So, I need to stop that. Right, so has anyone got any like topics that they want to kind of talk about within the paranormal field? It can be absolutely anything. It'll just be nice to kind of see everyone's different take because there's no right or wrong in the paranormal. There's no experts. Whether you've just kind of started out in this field with an interest or you've got 50, 60 years of knowledge, there's nobody here that is an expert. No one knows anything when you think about it because it's the unknown. That's what paranormal is. people say that they're an expert in this field. You cannot physically be an expert. You can have a good knowledge of what your thoughts and beliefs are, but it doesn't make you an expert in this field. So Aaron's popped up. I'd like to know what got you into the paranormal, and have you had experiences before you got into it? Right, yeah. So it was most haunted as a child. I was obsessed with it. Sat all the time watching them. It was just so interesting, and it kind of makes you wonder, seeing it that side. Is there something else? I've always kind of believed anyway that there isn't any, like, there's something else, that we're not just the only people here, not a chance. The universe is so vast. You've got to have other things out there that we're not even aware of. So it was most haunted that got me into it. The experiences I've had, I'm open to spirit. I don't class myself as a medium. I don't class myself as a sensitive. It's more the way that it happens with me is I pick up on. I could have a really nice spirit with me. Now, I don't believe in all the demonic and things like that, because I've been doing it too long to not have encounters like that. I believe you can have unkind spirits. Anything demonic, I don't think is a spirit. I think it's something completely, totally different. But it's like I can walk in a room, and if there's a negative energy, that's what I pick up on. It makes me feel uncomfortable. When I'm sat in a room like I am now, I feel really comfortable. There could be spirits around me now, but I'm not actually physically aware, but if you can guarantee, if the second I feel Harold, for those of you who know who Harold is, he's the grumpy man, the spirit who resides in this building. The second he's around, I can feel him. I just get like a really horrible, uneasy feeling. Um, I'll get names. We always say go with your intuition, and your gut feeling. So it's like, that's kind of it for me. It's like, the way to explain it, if 10 years ago I was doing something and that memory sticks with me, the information that I get, it's as though I'm relaying that story, but I know it's kind of like as if I was there in that time frame. It doesn't mean that what I get is right, because it's just what I'm picking up. It doesn't mean that the information I'm giving is spot on or anything like that. So I didn't have any experiences before I got into it, because I probably did, but I didn't kind of think about it until then. What made me end up believing in myself, A, was Chris, because he always used to say to me, you know, like, what you're getting, and things are always kind of, I hate saying the word spot on, but he used to kind of like really believe in me. And it was one time we went to an investigation, I can't remember where it was, and the team, the owner of the company that night actually said to me, have you progressed any further? Because it's something that you really need to go and do. So to have like somebody else other than your partner or your husband tell you that information, it kind of then makes you believe, all right then, you know, I might have a little gift there. Maybe I should go and kind of progress it. And I'm so pleased that I did, because I always used to think the men in white coats would come and take me, and I'd be like, ah, but it's one of the best things ever. And once you've got a control on it, it's fine. So as much as most haunted gets slates, they were groundbreaking at the time. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I know a lot of people do slate most haunted, and everyone's got their own different opinions on them. But how many people actually had an interest because of most haunted? It was most haunted that kind of put the stamp on the paranormal world at that time for me. I know there's people way back before then, but in terms of what we all do now, it was them. Where's been the most frightened in here, Kev? Um, there's a lot of knee shaking moments for me in this building. I wouldn't say it is like, there's nothing demonic or anything like that in this building, but having a spirit I work in this building a lot, and knowing that there's a spirit in here who physically puts his stamp on every time I'm in the building, every time we investigate here, that he makes his point that he hates me. To have growls in my ear so close up that everybody physically hears, that scares the heebie-jeebies out of me. The spirit box comes on. There was one time I was doing Facebook Live. I had the spirit box on and I was getting called a slag, a whore. And I love it when swear words come out of the spirit box, because you don't get it on radio. So when you're physically getting swear words at you. So I've got to say in here, but there's loads of moments. I mean, I'm a scaredy pants anyway. You all know what I'm like. I can open a cupboard that's got nothing in there apart from sheets and jump out and absolutely shit myself. So Cheryl said I used to watch Most Haunted until I moved into my own house and stopped watching it because it used to scare me, and I wasn't too brave to watch it on my own. Yeah, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Because it's just like, it's the unknown. You don't know what it is, and then it's like when you watch a scary movie and then you end up thinking that someone's gonna come and like hide under your bed when you get upstairs, or you wake up in the night and you've got a pile of ironing in the room and you think that something stood there. Lovely. Oh, lovely university. Right. Joe, I'm definitely not posh. What it is, I was born in Kings Lynn, so I should sound a bit like a sheepshagger. But I was born in Kings Lynn and then we moved up to the northeast, so my accent is just, but I can pretend to be a lady. Lordy da. So like personas and auras. Yeah. I mean, everyone's got an aura, and some people, I mean, I can't look at somebody and see their colour aura, but there's people out there who can. I used to watch it after getting home from work with the pub trade and scared myself as everyone else was in bed. So I used to love it till Derek did something and stopped watching. I don't watch any ghost hunts now. Much better actually being on the one. Yeah, I mean that's it. You can watch all of the shows and things like that. What people don't realise is it's like one of the reasons why we started doing the locked off cameras in here. We've investigated this place for 6 years now. Everyone who's been here, it's a firm favourite on our ghost hunts. Everybody who comes here knows that it's haunted or believes it's haunted. We get so much activity in here, and even on the quiet nights, it's still a place that gives. So this is why we did the locked off cameras in here, to try and document, because if you're on a ghost hunt, you're getting that real experience, and it's like we say, go with your intuition, go with your gut. Nobody can take that away. You can have all the equipment in the world, but it's batteries, it's technology. It's not always 100% reliable, but your senses, they're what is like something that no one can ever take from you. If you know that you've seen something, or you know you've heard something, or you know you felt something, it's like no one can turn around to you and go, no, you didn't, because they haven't experienced what you've experienced. So to get that as a real deal for yourself, that's something no one can take away. But doing the locked off live feeds, when you've got TV shows, they're filming over 5 days and they're combining all of their activity over those 5 days into a 45-minute like footage. You don't see the physical side of sitting in the dark hour after hour, day after day, of trying to pick anything out that you've got that you could put down as being paranormal. Doing these locked off live feeds, they're running all the time, and it's like, this is something that's happened in an empty building. What is it? How can you explain it? And people come on and they're like, nothing's happening. Yeah, you've got to be patient. And you know what? There'll be people on here now that can turn around and go, patience does pay off, because when they've heard things, or they've seen things with their own physical ears and eyes that can't be explained, it's like, wow, we can sit at home and just be like, what the hell was that? And we can't explain some of the things that do actually happen. Do we actually know if there is a rational explanation for it? We don't know, because again, it's the joy of the paranormal. Until we're all dead ourselves and we experience that, we're not going to know. I think I'd come back and actually haunt this building though, because I spend that much time in here. Hi C Mitch, welcome. So you're interested. So you're welcome, just get involved in the chat. Hi Frazend, welcome. So anyone who's joining on who's new, we go by respect. So if people are popping up saying stuff that you don't believe in, we don't want any hate on this channel. It's a nice community. So Chris said, what about the old Nick? Oh, is that the footsteps, Chris? Just let me know if it is. So one time we did a sleepover at a place called the Old Nick Theatre, and it was also a prison. Me and Chris had bedded down in one of the old cells, and we literally, I thought he was asleep, he thought I was asleep, and we both heard footsteps pacing up and down as though like it was an old police warden or something actually pacing up and down. I was laid there thinking, oh my God, am I actually hearing this? Chris was laying there shitting himself as well. And it wasn't until the next morning that we were like, oh my God, did you hear that? And we just, otherwise we would have got up. If I knew he was awake, we would have got up and seen, but I didn't dare move, neither did he. So thank you, Frazend. So this is our shop. It's in a community centre that dates back to the 1870s. We've been investigating this community centre for 6 years now, and we document these two areas that we've got within this community centre when the building's empty. We leave the cameras running, so it's raw footage. You've got to be patient. Some nights something happens, others nothing happens. So it's dust. The cameras are night vision. Yeah, so probably Mandy. It could be dust. I haven't seen anything. Right, okay, so I've just heard something. I'm going to wait and see if anyone pops up. So Rob says I do brilliant, Claire. Thank you, Rob. You can only kind of be yourself on investigations, and you can only go with your beliefs, but you've got to respect other people's beliefs as well throughout, because the field is such a touchy subject as it is. And you've got so many people who come on investigations or out in the world who just physically know the paranormal isn't real and they'll mock it all. But then you've got other people who don't believe, but they want to believe, and they're respectful, and they're kind of like respect what other people get, and that is massive for me. Like, I have so much respect for those people who don't believe, who are respectful to those. The other ones are just a pack of idiots, because until you can actually physically prove something isn't real, I'm not overly 100% on aliens. I've never seen an alien, but I don't not believe it because it's never been proven to not be real. So Michael says, what would your best advice to someone just starting out on their ghost hunting journey? So the best advice would be, A, don't believe everything you see on the TV shows. It's not scary. Oh my god, I don't know if that was picked up, but it just, I thought someone was walking up the stairs. Brilliant. Just, it's not scary. You have moments where it's like, because you can't see things or you don't know what's in front of you for those who aren't sensitive. I'm still like it. I can see things, but not all the time. It doesn't happen like that. If you're just starting out, it's just kind of go with the flow. Don't be believing in how the films make it out. It's not head spinning, it's not levitating. Yeah, there's some times where you get a few skid marks in your pants. But that's a normal thing. If someone jumps out, I'm not saying on ghost ones people jump out there in the paranormal field, but I'm on about like in the normal thing. If you're walking somewhere and someone comes around a corner and jumps out at you when you're walking out in the street, your normal reaction is to jump. That's a normal thing. So you do get moments like that where something in the paranormal will make you physically jump. Just like that time that I was growled I think it was last week or the week before. It was in my ear, physical growl, and everyone heard it on the live. My kneecaps were shaking up and down. But if you're doing something that you enjoy doing and it's something that you have an interest in, there's no need to kind of like let that little moments of scaredness put you off. Keep going for it because you've not got to prove anything to anyone. We're not here to prove that the paranormal is real because everyone's got their own kind of thoughts and how they do things and what they believe. It's like we're all in it for the same thing. Ask people for advice if you've got questions that you don't have, like don't know the answers to. They can answer the questions with what they know or help guide you, but you kind of find your own feet in this anyway. So hi Johnny, hope you're well. Hi Shadow Moon. Shadow Moon, I said not Shadow Man like Chris does. I will just point that out just to make him re-aware again. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. So I don't know if you were on then, but I've just had footsteps coming up the stairs. Nobody's there, so hopefully they'll come up. So do you have one place that you know is active and that you wouldn't like to visit and why? No. If there's a place that's active, regardless of whether, like, what kind of energy is in there or spirits are in there, I'd love to go and experience. There's so many places that I want to get into that you can't actually get into because as soon as you mention the word paranormal, they're put off by it. And it's a real shame. But I would visit absolutely everywhere, even if like the most horriblest, scariest, dingiest, darkest place. It's the experience of being in there as well. It's like our locations that we've had. We've got like Bolton Castle, Kipling Hall, Ormsby and Nunnington Hall. Just being in those places like that after hours where no one gets the chance to go into the areas that we do and have that experience just alone to kind of have that is brilliant. Hi Monster. Hi Cooper. I'm just trying to catch up. Chris is saying patience is key. Yeah, you can't. We're not here to sit here and go, spirits do something now, and they're gonna do it. We always say if you walk into a bar, you've got one side that side, another side that side. They're having fun, and they're sat there just like this, giving no energy, their arms folded, just hating life. But you've got the other side enjoying life. You're more drawn to the ones that are enjoying life. That's how we kind of go with the events. The more energy you can give out to spirits, the more energy they've got to take. Just like they'll drain the equipment, the batteries, whatever. So it's making sure we kind of give them as much energy, respecting them with massive respect. They were once living. But you can sit there for 6 hours and call out or ask them to do something if that was you, Spirit, can you do that again for me, please? Doesn't mean they're gonna. It doesn't mean that, but you could go to a location one time and have absolutely nothing. You could revisit that again a few months later, and you could have an active night. Every night is different. If they're gonna come and do anything, they'll come and do something. You can't make them. I think people's expectations are far too high going into investigating sometimes. Yeah, that's another thing actually. Good point. Keep your expectations low. Me and Chris used to always be like, "Oh my God, we're going on a ghost hunt, and we're gonna get this, that." And we used to be so. We got to a point where we ended up just going, "Oh, if it happens, it happens," because the more we did it, the more we realised that it's not like you say. It takes such a long time to physically build up that energy. So always being able to try and debunk, yeah, debunk's massive. Again, we always say you've got so much going on in an environment. You go to old buildings, this building as well, obviously 1870s, but you can go to any building. You've got the building settling from the daytime. It might make some creaks, it might make. You're looking for stuff that you physically cannot explain what that was. And once you've got that, for me, that's paranormal. You could walk on a floorboard and a door could open the other end of the room. Are you walking on a wooden floorboard that's lifted that door up and opened it? That for me can be debunked. There's loads of things you can kind of look into and debunk things. It's unfortunately the paranormal world, not everything's paranormal. You're probably looking at about 98% of stuff that is paranormal. Using the spirit boxes, for example, you're going to get words through spirit boxes. But what you want to listen to is, have you had an answer that's related to the question that you've asked? And if the answer is yes, that's yes, like that is a wow for me, because you're physically getting that answer. It's like Rob, who was a competition winner here back in November, and he was in the hall, the other side of the building. I was in here. We were doing the assess method, and he couldn't hear what I was asking, but he kept going. I'm getting the number 33. I'm getting the number 33. His name kept coming out. There was questions I was asking that were related to the answers that he was getting. It's only been in the past 2 weeks that, doing the history of this building, we've found out that there was an Alice who was the first homeowner, who was 33, who died in this building. So we can kind of look back at that and think, wow, like that's a wow moment. Hi Julie, hope you're well. So Julie, we would investigate absolutely anywhere that would ever let us in. There's nowhere that we wouldn't actually go to. We do focus a lot on our locations that do only allow us in as the only team, because we like to try and build stories of the location. We like to try and look back and see if what we've had previously has matched with other ones when we've had a different set of guests in, and try and look at the history of the locations as well, because when you can kind of build up a scene of your investigations of the night at certain locations, you've got no other teams going in where there's different of how everyone works, to build a story up in locations that you're only allowed to visit in. That's absolutely brilliant. So once to the right hand sided camera is trying to track something, it keeps pulling to the left. So is that the fireplace room? Might have been feedback I've just heard, maybe. Chris, what are you saying? Are you on about Bolton Castle? When you absolutely shit yourself? How did I react to my first experience? I actually brushed it off. Is that feedback coming through? Possibly then. I absolutely brushed it off. So what I want to know is what got all of you interested in the paranormal? Because I'm interested in kind of hearing everyone else's different stories. Where was my first ever ghost hunt? Oh, so the red dots are the laser grid. So if anything walks in front of them, it'll kind of black it out. Do you know? Oh, Kielder Castle, my first ever ghost hunt. Hi Shirley, hope you're well. Hi Rory. So Kev says it's all about patience. Absolutely. So I have Easter eggs this morning, all gone now, ghost. Do you know what? I'm going to start using that one. I ate Chris's crisps. Whoops. It was the ghost. Why people are scared of ghosts? Why is it pursued? I think, unfortunately, Rory, it's down to the TV shows. They the TV shows, movies, they're there to kind of, it's entertainment purposes, and unfortunately, I think that's what gives the paranormal a bad scope. People who go out just looking for demons. It's the movies, I think. So I'm just trying to catch up. So what got everyone into the paranormal? I'm just trying to find. Kev says he's never been to a bad place, but I'm like, you are trying to bunk things. Yeah, I just think you can't walk into a building and have like something happen and go, that was paranormal. You've got to kind of, it's like I said, the word paranormal is unexplained until you physically search for something that you can't find an answer to. That's paranormal. So Aaron says what got him into the paranormal was seeing his dad's spirit when he passed away, and I watched him walk out of the room. Like, that's brilliant that you've had that experience, because it's something that no one can take that away from you. Hi Harry. So Kev says mine was, I always believed in the afterlife but wanted to see for myself. Kev, how do you feel in the paranormal? Are you a believer? Like, who have we got here that is a believer, a skeptic, or totally? What the fuck is that? Who's a believer, a skeptic, and just totally doesn't believe but wants to kind of be open to something happening. So I remember when I was about 6, my mum's 2 grands and aunties were trying to contact spirits with homemade a Ouija board, and I was like, what are you all doing? And that's what made me interested in the paranormal. Brilliant. I remember as well, actually, trying to do one when I was still in school, and we made a. I remember doing one when I was in school, and we sat in a graveyard wall, and we'd made our own. And I remember that we used a penny, and the penny was moving. And I always, even still to this day, I still say it was my friend who was moving it. So where's your teddy? Mr. Bean's got it. So Claire says she's always been interested in a believer. She's seen figures in a kid and hearing stories in the family. So Michael says, was my auntie too, Shirley? Auntie Kath taking me to spooky church. So Shirley her grand took her to a spiritual church. So Kev says he's a believer of the afterlife. Julie's a believer. So Rob's saying Harold knows you're there. Do you know what, Rob? It's the second time I've heard movement on this. I've heard movement on the stairs of someone walking up. Every time I've gone out, there's nobody there. Now there are people right over the other side of the building. I'm assuming I walked around earlier to try and find people, but nobody was in. But there's quite a few cars in the car park. So I don't know where they are, but I can only assume that they may be out in like one of the outhouses, maybe, and not actually in this building. So Aaron's saying, was that a voice or a growl as Claire opened the door? Leanne said, I thought that, Aaron. Oh no, Chantal, I forgot to show him it. I meant to, I'll do it when I get home. But I've been laughing over it for ages. So has a growl been picked up then? Because I kind of agree with what Rob's saying. And this is like a total different take in here tonight. I'm noticing a few little things are going on around me. It's a different scope from actually sitting and calling out to the spirits and asking them to kind of come forward. It's like, again, I'll repeat what I said earlier for those who weren't on then. When we find on our paranormal investigations with our guests, and when we're sat around just talking about normal general chit chat and kind of things like that, you'll notice more activity then, because it's as though they're kind of like, oh, hang on a minute, I am here. So Johnny's saying when he was about 4 or 5, he saw a man sitting on the chair in my grandmother's spare bedroom. I could see him clear as day, but I couldn't quite make out his face. Wow. So Rob's saying Harold's up to his old tricks. Absolutely. So Julie, when I was working in, is it Avmore in hotel, I saw a lady walking along a corridor, and I'll never forget. I've worked in many hotels. See, this is the thing. When you physically experience something yourself, no one can take that away from you, and you've got something that you can keep with yourself. Like, again, I'll revert back to the right. If I am just gonna, if there's any spirits in here, come towards my voice instead of trying to grab my attention. Come and do something just within this room or the other room, and then you'll have my attention. So I remember almost 4 years ago, I opened my living room door and someone was stood there. I physically jumped, but as quick as they disappeared, often hearing things in my house, and I know that now I don't feel scared. Yeah, I mean, you all know, it's like I say, you all know me. We always say the paranormal isn't scary, but for us, I'll speak for myself, it's the dark that scares me. Like, just, you're going into something and what you're doing that something for. It's the unknown. So you don't know what's going to happen or what's in front of you or what's around you. That is what scares me. So Johnny says, anyway, I told my mum and my gran that they said I couldn't have seen that person as he'd been dead for 7 years or so. Do you know what? I love stories like that. It just throws my mind massively. Um, when you have unexplained things like that happen, it just blows me, not blows me literally. They can't blow me, but it just blows my mind. Um, I remember watching This Morning on TV years ago, and there was a girl who was in hospital and she was literally on a life support machine. She came out of that life support machine. Once she was fit and well, she drew a picture, and on the picture, her mum was like, "Oh, who's this?" And she drew herself, laid in a bed, and then above her, I've got goosebumps talking about this, but I don't know if I don't know, but she drew pictures of a couple of people up here, and her mum was like, "What is this picture?" And she explained to her she was in bed and she wasn't very well. And then she said, "This is Nana, whoever." And she'd gone through the names of like a couple of people. And her mum was like, "I don't know how she knows that because they'd been dead about 10 years before she'd been born." And like, there was no way she would have known this information. And I think she was only about 6 years old. Um, Stories like that wow me. So Chantal's saying, yeah, me and my mum, brother, and auntie used to do Ouija boards in my mum's old wash house when I was 14. The interest is still strong 20 years later. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's like once you've got that interest, it like just builds and builds and builds. Not long after my nana died in '96, we started doing a figure sat on the stairs, around 4 or 5 steps up. Remember that, Claire? So if you ask for a spirit to visit, would they? So that's a good question, Leanne, right? Because I basically, so it kind of goes a bit off track here, but it'll kind of explain where my head's at. So I do a lot of gratitude work. I It's so easy for people to focus on all the negative things in life that we go on, because you can finish work for the day, you can go home and go, oh my god, work was just an absolute nightmare, or you've got family problems and anything in life. Everything is so easy to pick out all the bad things that happen. So I live my life by doing a gratitude journal, and I pick out 3 things that I'm grateful for every day. But with that, I also do a manifestation as well, of like a manifestation journal. So I believe what you put into the universe, you get back out. Um, so my manifestations would be I want my family, my friends to be happy, healthy, like anything kind of like whatever you want in life. That's what, if you put that out. So I do a lot of that. But a lot of work that I do is set with intention. So if I'm if I'm like if I've got a candle that I light, I believe you should light that candle with intention. Why you might not be lighting it. These are kind of like people that aren't just lighting a candle because they want the room to smell nice. But if you light a candle and you light that candle, setting an intention, I think the more you kind of set your bounds into that, the more chance you've got it. If anyone meditates, you should set that with intention. You can try it through intention. If you are wanting someone to kind of come and visit you, it's not something where you can kind of like go once, or can so and so come and visit me, and then go to sleep, and that's going to happen. You've got to kind of put a lot of work into it. um, it's kind of like dedication. Again, what you put in, you get back. I don't know if that makes sense. That's what I do in my little world anyway. Um, so Shirley said sometimes spirits love it when we chat amongst ourselves. Yeah, I mean, I've noticed I'm getting little bits that are going on that are making me pop up and wonder. But I went a couple of minutes ago. I was actually sat here. I went off track in my own head, and I was thinking I've got to lock up down there. I'm just not kind of loving that down there at the moment. Aaron, how is it that the spirits are able to speak? I don't know. I can't answer that one. I know obviously they say with the spirit box and the white noise, they're able to manipulate that so we can hear. But you've heard yourself, we've had, whether you've been in this building doing a public ghost hunt with us, or watching the locked off live cameras that we run when it's empty, you've heard enough to kind of, there's been growls heard, there's been a woman scream. That woman who screamed when I was in the building on my own, that was the night that we first ever bought her chair in, Sophie's chair. That was a full-on scream. We've never had that since, but I don't know. I physically can't answer that. All I know is there are verbal voices. If anyone can answer that question for Aaron, who may have that answer, then feel free to pop it in, because again, it's like I said, everybody has different views, different takes. It doesn't make anyone right or wrong. What's Chris said? She's well, actually, I did on Saturday night in here. Bloody hell! Everyone's passing it on. Chantel, you were here on Saturday night. I did actually, I did, I did actually say on Saturday night that I was, I was wanting to be circumcised, but I said the wrong word for the total wrong meaning. Um, so my secret was out anyway, Chris. Um, so they say children can see more as they're not corrupted by the media films. They see what the world is for what it is. Do you know what? I absolutely agree with that, Johnny. So children's brains have a total different part of the brain that they actually use until they reach a certain age. When we reach that certain age, it's blocked off. Again, this is my belief and my take. They get to a certain age and it's blocked off. So when children have got imaginary friends or whatever, how do you physically know that it's not, it's just an imaginary friend? They could they could be seeing something. Like I think children are highly intelligent when it comes to the world of spirits. And I think a lot of people don't actually think too much to it, or they're just going on again. Is that feedback? I think I've just heard static. I think I have. I think a lot of people dismiss things that children say just because of the child. So I love the experience of finding the history of places and then expecting some experiencing different in every place we go to. Yeah, like no night is ever the same. It's always completely different. So for those, right, so I'm going to throw this one out there. So I want to know what everyone thinks happens when we die. Why do we have spirits that come back and haunt? There's supposed to be potentially a heaven and a hell. Why do we end up not going there? Why do spirits get here? I want to see what everyone's take on that is. Um, so do I worship Satan? Not at all. If anything, Satan could worship me, to be honest. Um, so no, I personally, again, until I've seen or come across something like Satan, um, I've never witnessed anything like that. So there's yeah, KH. It drives me insane seeing all the like the paranormal isn't all about demons and demonic and stuff like that. Like there's so many lost souls that have been left behind. Um, whether they're stuck, whether they've chose to come back because they enjoyed the building or the land. There's so many different reasons, and it does my head in. Just like, what about all the nice things with the paranormal, the kind things you can come across? So many kind spirits who are like getting left behind because everyone's too busy chasing Satan. So, Johnny, I think it's because they need a convoy to message whether it be good or bad. Um, Satan worship me, brilliant. Yeah, well, I just think, I mean, to be fair, Satan is probably my backside more than anything. Those of you who come on Ghost Hunts and know me, you'll probably all agree with that. My backside is actually Satan. So, Chantal, I don't personally believe in heaven or hell. I think we all just stay here. Yeah, and Satan can worship me, slay. Thanks down, Satan. How did Harold die in that car accident? So, it wasn't Harold who died in the car accident. Um, so, there is a spirit who once lived here. His parents originally owned the house, Henry and Eliza. They moved in with Gilbert when he was about 6 years old. Once his dad passed away, he was a bit older, and Gilbert actually took the house on. He inherited the house. His father died in the house, and then he lost his mother in the house. Shortly after that, I think he'd left the army and he had retired, I think it was. I need to double check 'cause again, there's so many different names and stories, but I think he'd retired, and strangely enough, one day I've got the newspaper article that I found as well. So the story in the newspaper article was that he was driving through Bank, which is about maybe 10 minutes away from here. It was a snowy day. He was going, there was a policeman that was actually walking up the bank at the time that had given a report on it. And apparently Gilbert was driving his car with his chauffeur in as a passenger. Because it was snowing and the bank's quite steep, he was actually pushed right into the edge to try and keep a good grip on the tyres. But in between certain places, there were large stone boulders, which stopped any debris kind of falling down the big hill at the time. And his car wheel, as he was pulled in, trying to keep as close in as he could, actually caught one of the boulders. He skidded, lost control, car overturned, and the report was he died due to a fractured skull. So that was the clipping that I'd found in there. Now, strangely enough, you've asked about that story because we actually had some really good evidence on Saturday night with his dad, which was absolutely brilliant. So maybe it's to say they've found peace or to tell us something is wrong. So Shadow Moon says apparently spirits come back to haunt or either have unfinished business or they want to cause mischief. Or the bad ones and just want to cause chaos. Aaron says, I believe we're both living life and death now. Like when we die, we live the life. So if we're good in this cycle, we'll have it easier in the afterworld. But all we have to do is be bad in this cycle and then we'll have that hard on the other side. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things, isn't there? It's like no one's got the answer to it. Julie says that the spirits like to go where they've stayed when they were in life, but some choose their own way. Love history in haunted places. So I'd love to think there's life after death. I don't think there's heaven, but hopefully you'll get to see relatives again that have passed on. I'd love to do past life regression one day. If you're happy in a place in life, then you'll stay in death, not because of unfinished business or anything, but just because. See, I'd love to come back here and kick Harold's butt. Can you imagine me getting that, like wrapping the tea towel up and giving the kitchen? All the chaos he gives in here. Whose birthday is it? So, happy birthday, Kareem. Hope you've had a lovely day. So, Stephen asking for a friend. Could you please? Asking for a friend. Could you please answer me? And please explain the difference between the North Sea and the South Sea in your own Clarism. The North Sea and the South Sea. No, there's. Oh, it was the French Sea that you were telling me about. So it's not. I'm not. I was going to try and give the answer. I can't remember the answer that you told me, Stephen. So I'm even going to look more like an absolute sicko. So you've got the North. No, what was it? The Atlantic. No, I can't because I can't even remember the word you said. Oh no. Oh God. How would you be able to hear? Okay, right. So some people that were on Saturday night in this building, um, we, it's like I said, we like to kind of sometimes talk amongst ourselves. But I told the spirit, well, me and Stephen actually thought we'd heard voice, and I got out to check, and there was nothing, nobody was around or anything. Um, so I came back in. I was like, Spirit, can you do that again, please? I was like, I've got ears like a wombat, and everyone was like, wombat? Like you could have said a wolf or something, but you've used wombat. Now I always say that I've got very good hearing. My ears are like a wombat. So that totally went down hysterical. Then I also told them that I wanted the spirit to slam the door on me and circumcise me instead of sever me or whatever, just trying to get some activity. And then we talked about the North Sea. Oh no, but we didn't talk about the North Sea and the South Sea. We were talking about different seas. Oh, I am thick as. Oh, and then I'd said before. I'm gonna say it now before they even like keep dobbing me in. Um, I've said I've got eyes like a seagull, and they were like, "Do you not mean an eagle?" Yes, I did. So I don't believe in heaven and hell, but I think we're all reborn. So what about your cupcakes and tashes, Claire? Oh, what about your seagull eyes? Helen, I've beaten you to that one. I knew you were going to pop up with the seagull eyes. Um, no, Claire, you don't have seagull eyes. You've got eagle eyes. So, oh God, I'm getting it. So I am thick, right? I haven't got a brain. I live in my own little bubble of life. Um, so Chantal says, I'm sure she'll give you one later. Don't. He's married with, like, that doesn't happen in marriage. It's not his birthday. I believe our soul still lurks. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, everyone's got different beliefs, and this is what we mean about like everyone should. We've all got the same interest, and everyone's got different. A brainstorm. I couldn't think of the word then. And you brainstorm all these different ideas. You've got these beliefs and thoughts. No one knows the answer, but yet there's so many different ways of people that have a different scope on it. Like everyone, and yet none of us are actually 100% right, or we don't know that answer. Yeah, Chris. I'll fill you in later with that one. So the answer is, I think we do come back. What I don't know, but I don't think that when I die that when we die it's the end. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I'd love, right, okay then. So if you had a choice on when you die, what you come back as, what would you all choose? I once would have said I would come back as a seagull, funnily enough, or a bird, because I'd like to just poo on people's heads just for the crack. Now I'd like to come back in this building and like be able to have it out with Harold in the spirit realm, if you like, and kick his ass and get him to the kitchen to wash the pots and boss him about. So Rob says when we become energy with memories, we can go wherever we want. Some get confused and some end up staying with us for our world. It's a brilliant take as well. Like everyone's takes are really good on what they think. So what would you all come back as? if you had the option? So, Stephen, what are your thoughts on equipment we use on investigations? What's your opinion on what works and what doesn't? It's like I said, the only ever piece of equipment that I will 100% go on is intuition and gut feeling. All the equipment, the equipment that we use on investigations, it's great to have, but it's technology at the end of the day. And the spirit box can give out words. We always look for the answer to the question that's being asked, which is wow, but it's all technology. For me, sitting in a dark room in a haunted building and working with my own senses, that's the best tool. Because if you, even if you're not tuned in and you don't pick up on things, you'll be surprised at what you do actually get doing that like that. So Colin says, knowing my luck, I'd come back as me. Colin, knowing our luck, you bloody would. You know we love you, really. Where's one place that you would love to investigate? Oh my God. Do you know what? There's so many I can't actually choose, but I would love to go to America and spend months just investigating every place in America because their buildings are just wow compared to what we've got. So mirror listening. Oh, Stephen, do you know what? How many things on Saturday night did I actually come out with? Come back as a kangaroo, Claire. So that was another thing. Oh no, I can't actually remember what that story was, but I actually said kangaroo, not kangaroo. America would be great. Do you know, it just, you look at the buildings and they're just wow. And then you look at the buildings that we've got in the UK, even the castles like that we've got here that are wow. Nothing compares to the places in America. They are like just proper wow. So I think I'm gonna end it here now. Um, oh, we plan on retiring and taking 3 months out to take a road trip around America. Yeah, but the difference is we'll probably be about 80. And we'll be doing it dead. So we'll actually be the spirits. So Southern Ireland, Shrewsbury Prisons on my list, or La Chantelle. We did Shrewsbury Prison a few years ago, and I had my bag me and Chris were the only ones in the area at the time. We we've been investigating, we were getting absolutely nothing. It was, and this is what we mean, the point that you can investigate and investigate and investigate, you can call out, but it doesn't mean you're going to get anything. And we've gone into one of the holding cells and we shut the door. It was totally pitch. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And we sat there calling out. I'd put my bag right at the top of the room in the holding cell, and me and Chris sat by the door, so if we got anything we were close enough to run out. I think we were in there for a while and we were getting nothing, and I just went, oh, so if there's any thieves or anything like that in here, like all these crimes you must have committed, my bag's there, go and take something. And I tell you no lie, on response we heard my bag like move across the floor. Well, I didn't want to go and get my bag. Chris didn't get my bag. We both literally legged it out the room and we were like, what the hell was that? It was just like, it was amazing. So do you ever do an investigation and get a negative feeling? Like if the spirit isn't welcome or what? That's the kind of sensitive I am. I pick up on the negative side. And when I say negative, I don't mean as in like demonic or anything like that. We kind of say they're potentially grumpy. How do you know that the negative side of things, they were like that in the real world? You've got good and evil in this world. It could be the same in the other world. But that's how I work with my senses. I can walk in a room and if it's nice, positive spirits that people are communicating with, I don't really get much. As soon as there is a negative energy around, which Harold gets me all the time, I can always tell when he's about. I I get that feeling. That's what I pick up on. Um, so it was in the holding cells. I did say, oh, it was your backpack. Oh, right. I thought it was your handbag, to be honest. But yeah, that was Shrewsbury Prison was just wow. I knew it was a bag. I thought it was mine. Oh no, actually, I didn't used to carry bags because I just used to give everything Chris to carry. Well, actually, I still do. But yeah, that was just absolutely brilliant that time. And this is what I mean. We slept there. Oh no, we didn't sleep there. No, we didn't sleep there. But we'd been in there for about 6 hours, and it was just nothing. But it was that one thing that happened that it stayed with us. So hello, Kate. Cooking. Nothing at the moment. I am going to end it in a minute. I'm going to go back. Just chatting all things paranormal. We've got loads of old buildings in Scotland that would be great to investigate. Do you know what, Billy? Right, the amount of places in Scotland that we look at, it's just like wow. Have you ever been to a building that you'll never return to again? Yeah. So do you know Easby Abbey, Johnny? I know you're from this kind of area. We'd gone to Easby Abbey. We'd taken the SB11 with us, and I'd said to Chris when we got there, it didn't feel like, as we were talking about the whole side of how I pick up on negative. Leanne loves Easby Abbey. I pick up on negative energy more than positive energy. And I'd said to Chris, I feel really uneasy. I don't like this. Um, don't know what that was. But I said to Chris, I feel really uneasy. He was like, "Oh, stop being a wimp. Come on." We'd gone in like there was like a tiny little bit. Chris, what part was it? It's at the front, and you've got like a tiny little part at the front, and it's only small where you can actually physically go inside. And we were in there calling out. We had the SB11 on, and the words "f off" and all this kept coming through. Loads of swear words. And I was literally just stood in the corner, right, with my back up against the wall, and I kept saying to Chris, I don't like the feeling. The next thing, I had a really sharp pain. I had to run out, and I puked all over. I will never ever return back to that place. I won't even go there with the kids. So Rob is saying growls about 3. So I heard something, but I wasn't sure what it was. Now it wasn't in this room. but it was enough to make me kind of listen. It was under the croft bit, the only bit that tipped over. Yeah. Right. So it's just on 9 o'clock, everyone. So I'm gonna end this here. It's just Christmas. I'm gonna end this here. I'm gonna leave the cameras running through the night. The cameras will be locked off. Like I said, it is an empty building. No one's in here. We run them raw footage, live footage. There's no edits. There's nothing. If we get something, we get something. If we don't, we don't. We're documenting the building. We're documenting these rooms. If anyone's watching, there's going to be times, potentially all night, we don't know what's going to happen. There's going to be times where nothing happens. There's going to be times that something may happen. We don't know what's going to happen from night to night. So if you want to just be patient, paranormal takes a while. So I'll get these rooms set up. So night Colin, night Leanne, night Johnny, night Billy, night Chantal, good night Helen, good night Stephen. So I'll leave the cameras running. I'll get this sorted, and then if you document anything, good night Kate. If you document anything that you may say, thank you Rob. Again, please be respectful within the comments of everybody's got different views, different opinions. If you're not interested in it, scroll on. We're not here to prove anything to anyone. We're not here to change anyone's opinion. It's raw, live footage. If we get anything, we get something. If we don't, we don't. And remember, you can book through the website if you want to visit here, where you and your group with no other members of the public can come and investigate the building itself for an hour and a half slot or sleepovers, and experience whatever may happen that night. So remember to give the video a like, and by using the three dots at the top and scroll down to right. So that's on. That's on. That's on. That's on. So I've got on here. Can we see? I think I did. I just want to double check. So this was great. Lots of different perspectives and opinions. Yeah, no one's got the answers to anything, but it's nice to hear everybody's thoughts on the subject. We've all got the same interests. None of us are experts. So yes, you can. I just wanted to double check. I think it's just remove. Right. Nobody's an expert in the field. No one's got the answers. But it's nice to listen to like what everybody else actually thinks and believes. No one's right or wrong. So does anyone want? Does anybody want the Alice box putting on? Let me know. If you want the Alice box putting on. Right, I'm just gonna So in this room, again, there's a REM pod. Music box on the floor down here. Got cat balls. And there is, if you see that there, so it's a vibration sensor. So if there's any vibrations within the floor, that will go off and activate. Energy field lantern. And we've got the REM pod there. So that is all set. I've got, don't think you can see, I might put that. I wonder if you can see that. We'll put that there. I just want to check if you can see that. So if I just watch that playback, I just watch it. I'm watching on a delay from what I'm doing. So I'm just seeing the K2 is there. I was just seeing if you could actually see that, so you can see that like it is. So I've got the equipment in here set up. You're gonna have, and I do really apologise for this. I'll try not to get my face too close to you all, but just so you're not staring at half the ceiling. So everyone's saying yes, please. So, Kate, have we run a spirit box in there overnight yet? No, but that'll be something that we'll potentially be doing anyway. We're just kind of doing, we're trying to do the same thing a few nights in a row just because no night is the same, and giving it a chance for things to happen, and then we kind of change different things. Leanne's asking a quick question. The last couple of times you left the Alice box on. The next morning when I got up for work, I watched for a shot, but the Alice box no longer does anything. So that is something that I don't know, because when I came in here, I was expecting it to be a dead battery because we leave it on charge, you see. I was expecting it to be a dead battery, and it's not. It's on 100%. So it's still charging. I don't know why it's not working. You should get Claire to write a word. Oh, Johnny, that's a brilliant idea. Oh, Chris, you took them pens back, didn't you? Oh, there is a pen here. I love that idea. Right, so for those who weren't on last night, I wrote in the comments at home that Chris was milk. I wrote in the comments that Chris had just gone to the shop to get some milk. A couple of minutes later, on the Alice box, the word milk came through. So I was like, wow. We had someone called Rob. For those who don't know who Rob is, he's a guest who comes on regularly. I say regularly every single weekend. He's part of furniture. He said, "Can you say my name?" And it came through and said his name. It came through with my name, a bathtub followed by my name. So I said, "Oh, I better get me duck out then." And then the word duck came through. So it was really weird because there was kind of like a consistent moment where people were talking in the chat and these words were actually coming through. And then we kept trying and trying and trying, and then it just stopped. So it was really weird. Okay, Sunflower, hope you're well. Yes, thank you. That email was just lovely. So right. Has anyone got? I'll do the first word that anyone pops up. Has anyone got a certain word that they want me to write on the whiteboard? Thanks, so Harold doesn't start you again, Harold. Hopefully, we might. I keep saying I love a feisty man. So peanut. The first word that's come up. So I'm going to write peanut. So if you can see that there, it's just gone off. There. That's the vibration from me putting my phone down. Right. I don't think you're going to see, but you're all aware of the word that I. So peanut. And then I've done it in capitals, and then I'm going to write it in lowercase down here. So Harold. I say Harold could be any spirit. I'm going to put a device on again. You can manipulate the words. The word peanut. Be brilliant if you could say it. Right. I've just been in with the whiteboard. So set up the Alice box, and then with a bit of luck, we'll get the word peanut. We've had this Alice box on for a couple of nights in a row now. I know you're all enjoying it, but you all kind of know that word is not a word that's come out of here for the past 2 nights that we've had it on. So that's why I wanted you to kind of choose one. It's easy for me. I might have something in my head and put it on there that's already been said. So it's great the fact that peanut hasn't actually come out of this. So we check. I'm going to have to just sit here until the first word comes through, just so I know that the sound is all right for you. Right, sorry, I'm just checking my sound. So we've put the word peanut. I haven't got a black pen, it's like a light blue, that's the only one. So we've put the word peanut.
Stomach. Say.
So we've got the word peanut wrote on the whiteboard. So that's what I've wrote, that's what I've gone with. So it'll be brilliant if Harold can talk about his peanuts. So, right. Thank you, everybody. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and get involved on anything that may or may not happen. Get involved in the chat. It's a lovely community. We've got some brilliant mods on. Everybody's lovely. Just get involved. So, disaster. Is that a disaster that I'm going, or is there going to be a disaster in my pants when you probably scare the shit out of me locking up? Right. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, I just coughed. Right. Oh, the word beans come out. Harold, think of I mean, beans make you fat. Peanuts make me fat because I had terrible IBS after I eat peanuts. So, thank you, safe drive home. Thank you, everyone. Right, so I will see you all when I get home.
Determine.
Is the Alice box, just quickly before I actually leave, is the Alice box loud enough? Everyone can hear it. Right, thumbs up, yeah. Right, thank you everyone again for getting involved as well. It's been nice to hear everyone's views. So give me 5 minutes, I'll be home. Ciao.
Stable.
Just realised actually, I'm on my actual phone. I don't know if somehow you have to compare that or not.
Sir. Mueller. Among. Weather. C. Outside. R. Confess. Eternity. Cremate. Trickery. Capital G. structure. Although. Shift. Building. Army. Shot. Peas. Telepathy. Took. Explain. Church. Numbers. Hollowed. Breaker. Huge. Felon. Gravity. Node. Jets. $60. Hours. Investigate. Density. Bath. Allow. Those. Grass. Still. Sense. Boot. Spirits. Paul. Watch. Newer. Elsie. Want justice. Monument. Helen. Details. Cave. You. Settled. Possible. Pretty. Jim. Thousand. Sweets. Cloister. World. Clap. Screw. Tube. Jerk. Hours. He holds Emmy down. Car. Cannot. What? Pushed. Mass. Jam. Capital U. Cupcake. Practice. Lemon. Agent. Coffin. Picture. Question. You. Check. Snap. Hold. Thomas. Puddle. Helpful. present, bird, wars, bush, energy, sneak, project, nation, northern, capital U, burning, restore, solution, pat, stick, milk, wash, under, it's, dan, Lord's Prayer, Anthony, step, work, program, About. Clear. Tab. Ten. Probably. Run. Nana. Sir. Cycle. Peter. Peggy. Go. Holiday. Except. Father. Blue. Done. Sorry. Enjoy. Wonder. Should. Long. Smooth. Kitty. Size. All right. Roll. Like you hear. vinegar, each, stream, horses, dawn, Heard. Weather. Choke. Who's. Body. Jenny. Birds. Big. Pretty. Loss. Cake. Sam. Halo. What? Art. Details. Hop. Can appear. Console. 10. Hello. Pencil. Trade. Past. Language. Program. Circle. Safe. Blind. Weather. Restore. Minute. Pull. Script. Past. News. Tell. Robe. Solution. Want justice. Jewelry. Spread. Stones. Minute. Fury. Slam. Dresser. Thousand. Constants. Scared. Pass. Dust. Saw. Fall. Troll. Horror. Sigh. Difficult. Material. Exit. Yard. Tweak. Poison. Being. Thank. Trick. Belong. Wife. Smile. Kate. Sinful. Purified. Revoked. Plants. Tell. Side. Seat. Scientists. Sail. Cough. Woman. Rob. One. Settled. Center. Trick. Felon. Wood. Alien. Mist. Friend. Hope. Tab. Stirred.